I jumped the gun there ahead. Okay, let's go ahead and get this thing fired up here. Hopefully we won't have no more signal outages like we did last time. Okay, let's get that up there. No idea if anybody's on right now. I don't think so. Let's see again. Yeah, let it go. All right. All right. Apparently, over the weekend, there'll be a little extra goodies in the whatever the Blitz mode. Possibly some superhero mythics being dropped. Yeah, and I don't know. I don't think I'm going to do it myself. It was part of the team. We had a pretty good run going there. If we're keeping count, there's times we were wiping the entire lobby. Now, whether or not those are bot lobbies, I don't know, but it seemed like sometimes. And one of them, I was running Wolverine. I was like, out of ammo. This guy couldn't shoot with it. I just took it like 3 or 4 people, just the claws. But hey, experience points. We still got a crown out of it. I don't care. So. That particular mode is slightly insane. In a good way, though. Apparently, Indy's past her, period now, so she's doing an upskirt stream right now. And in a little over an hour, she's already $100. So, see, sex sells. I was sitting there watching you draw pictures and listening to a movie. It's like, doesn't have the same effect, does it? Which I think has a deeper meaning there. Even the ones who say, oh, yeah, you're a boy, they still want to see the goodies. Okay. Which should ring about just the entire hypocrisy of the entire thing. Okay. Oh, yeah, we'll call you a boy all day long. Let's just see your tits. Okay. Show us your boy pussy. Yeah, again, that's another appropriation thing. That's a gay term for asshole. Okay. And one thing, the regular gays and the actual transsexuals have had enough. No, that's it. You're done. You ruin it for everybody else. Support for just basic gay rights is dropping. It's gotten so bad. Gay marriage is apparently just like, that's okay. We're done. We can now live our lives as normal human beings. But but there's more to do. No, there's not. We're done. Try it. Yeah, and they started looking for further and further routes. And it's now gotten to the point of total insanity now. Future generations will look back at us and say, what the hell happened in the early 21st century? These people were clearly insane. So you want to know what would bring on a situation like Handmaid's Tale or it's blowback to this kind of idiocy. So these dipshits whine about, we're going to put it in. You're the ones who are going to do it because it's just that's the only thing that's going to keep you idiots in line, apparently. But enough of that. Let's get into the game here. I think it's going to be interesting when India's talk about make wedding plans with a mom over the weekend. So there's no work out to me, all of that. It's like, that's when I think the rubber's might be hitting the road here, because it could awaken mom's dormant bridezilla moment, Indy's own previous thing, because you got to gaze on 5 or 10. And I saw the Pinterest page she had up from when she was, about to marry her high school sweetheart. And we're talking very elaborate and very, 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 very girly stuff, okay? We're talking Disney princess writ large, okay? Very elaborate hairstyles and gowns that would make Princess Diana blush. Oh my God, it's like, so how much of that's going to come roaring back up, and how much, and his mom going to be, hey, well, remember we did this, and and also the father of the bride is supposed to be paying for all this here, so that's going to rear in there, and no matter how Libby Luffel, things in Washington State are, he has to keep them because he's, fairly, the engineering tech firm. And all of his clients cannot be just in the Seattle area that are sympathetic to this idiocy. He's got to be outside looking at the West Coast. It's like, you people are insane. He's got to keep one foot in reality here. Is this your daughter? Well, your what? No, and this that whole insanity. So he's going to be looking at the, your weird little weddings plans are going to cost me, and not just in the cost of the wedding, but how many business deals are going to go crap up, because you decided to, make some kind of political statement, And it's one thing to be affirming all that stuff when she's just doing weird stuff on the internet. But now it's going to start actually costing people, costing money, trying to back it up. This could be interesting. Okay. Now, for all I know, they could be fall for it, and it turns into a Pride Fest extravaganza that makes the San Francisco Chronicle. But it's like, I think this, when the current climate going on, and I think it's like the rest of the country is looking at this, and people are insane. I'm pretty sure half of Washington State is looking at Seattle and it's like, you people are nuts. We want us to secede to Iowa or Idaho. So there's a serious movement. Half of the Washington State and half of Oregon want to cut off and join Idaho. I mean, politically, it really wouldn't change much. It wouldn't change the Senate much, at all. And representation, I don't think it wouldn't really change the numbers, but it would change what those numbers represent. Because suddenly, it's still the same number of Republicans and Democrats, because the districts would still be the same representatives, but they would no longer be representing the same state. Okay. All right, let's get out of this, because I would not. This is when tempted to get back into the game there. And I got back in, and it turned out that Raquel had already switched over to Lego Odyssey, so it's like, okay, the connection's still crap, and I'm sorry, but Lego Odyssey bores the living shit out of me. So I just take that as a hint of, okay, I think it's time to go to bed. So let's take a look at the shop real quick. All right, yep. Street Fighter is back. Including Blanca, Sakura, Cammy, Guile. All right. And this kid plays soccer for somebody. I don't know. Let's see. Can I get a look at what team he does? Can we get team logo somewhere? What the hell? I'm assuming he plays for someone, not for Korea. Okay. Yeah, again, it's like doesn't play for any team I know, or I don't know who he plays for. So I haven't seen his name come out in connection with Oxford United. So I think he plays for one of the teams on the continent, maybe. All right, it's not I am. Really? Yeah, the song has nothing to do with zombies, right? It's about the troubles in Ireland. Okay. Right, it's considered one of the things that helped end the troubles in Ireland. We finally had a thing that focused everybody. To, okay, yeah, this needs to stop. Yeah. And it was a very big departure from the Cranberries. It wasn't. This is not the standard Cranberries tune. All right, here we go. What was that? Uh-huh. And no, your spot has not gone out. I've got the copyright music turned off because I like to maintain some monetization. All right, let's take a look at this car. It's got a lot of carbon fiber here. Okay. Two different Doom styles. And just how McLaren cranks on it. Okay. Yeah, I know. I'm waiting for Aston Martin or the Batmobile. And all right, apparently Aston Martin is still in negotiation. It's part of the whole, expanding bond here. Okay, let's look at the quests. What do we get started off here? Okay. Okay. All right, so Berkman just get a subby or a shotty. All right, let's also see who's on right now, if anybody. Yeah. Mikhail's not even on right now, so. All right. All right. Let's also got to look at what we're going for here. No, did that already. Okay, now we're going to clear out this front one first. So I guess we got two levels right now. Just the loading screen. Ugh. I didn't share this out anywhere. Come on. Oh boy. Come on. Let's not start going weird on me here. All right. Okay. And spread the word here with the shares. Okay. And spread the word here with the shares. Okay. And spread the word here with the shares. Okay. This might be another bounce back to the lobby for a bit. Okay. All right. Oh, God. I imagine the adrenaline will help wake me up when my magic kicks off. All right. There we go. Oh, God. Oh, God. And I just heard myself yawn from the next room. So. There, I think we're back in the lobby. Ah, yes. Hold on. I think I was fortunate to take care of things. So I'll be back in a second here. Oh, ow. Now that I finally got my moderator in there. Now that my moderator finally show up. You. No. What? Hmm. All right. Well, when I sit down, yeah. All righty. Yeah. Morning. Which one? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. We're back in. Yeah. 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 Okay. Fine. Now. Oh, God, my ass. All right. Now. I'm going to keep with Doctor Strange for a while here. Waiting. Clear out other stuff. Okay. All right, we're in. Okay. And we're just jumping here now. All right. Well, what the hell? All right. Get the kinks out now. So do it with this one. All right. All right. Whoa. All right. That's what I'm maxed out on. Probably get the gold, yeah. All right, come on. Settle in. Get the rough spot out of the way here. The first one is always the pitchiest one. No point in that. I already got me. Come on. All right. Let's not wake up the big bad until I have to. That's not going to work. Till right now, it's not going to work. Yeah, he's woken up. All right, all right. Now that hurt. So, Mama, I demand an audience. Get the rough stuff out of the way first. Get the system used to it. Yes, first round is always the sucky one. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. All right. Well, there we go. God, not the right time for that. Come on, damn it, stop each other. Is there a car out here? Usually there is. SUV. Yeah. Come on, stop hitching. Come on, God dang it. Again, in the truck, not. Come on, bring it around. I'll get the damn time. Just don't worry about it. God. Now. All right. Upstairs. Ooh. Where was that place? Hold on, let's take a map here. Where the hell? That's probably it. Yeah. Okay, not what I was thinking, but all right, I'll go with it. Okay, now let's the house. What the hell? Damn it! It's not locking up on me like this. Jesus. Come on. I had a car here. Let me go over here. First off, get that off the damn effing. There we go. The hell? I haven't reached there, sister. What? Fuck. Okay. All right. At this point, just let everyone kill each other off for a while. All right. Down to 312 others. I got 6 eliminations so far. All right. All right, let them. I'm gonna get one of the Jedi emotes or some good meditation thing. As it is, this is one of the closest I have. Let's get them up. We're down to 5 other players here. All right. Oh, geez. Yeah, I mean, there's a very good ability for getting out of a tight jam. Got 1v1v1. And I've been tagged. Whoop. Okay, we're down to a 1v1 here. Of course I have the medallion. Or did I forget to grab the medallion? All the damn times. Damn it. Oh, shut up, you. I got close. All righty. Passwords. Yes, okay. Yeah, gotta clear these out first. So. And while we're at it, not right now. All right. Let's see. Find that. That's the one. That seems appropriate one. Okay, and the lobby. Why is it still showing up? No, back up. I'm going to save it. There. Now we got it. Let's see what we got done here. We got two of them. Of course not. Okay. Get in there and do it. What?
If I send you a few bucks on PayPal, can you get me another bottle of Green Death?
Fine.
What?
Fine.
Okay.
Oh. All right. Doesn't really matter. That took me. Let's just start down that corner. I already got a Fury assault rifle. Of course, it's going to be too damn high. All right. Great. All right. Okay, what is it? That didn't work too well.
Oh,
Allow me for a bit. I'm back. Oh. All right. We had to eliminate them. Didn't do damage. However, damage boss. That's not smart. Let's just get in there and do it. Yeah, damn it. All right, what are we going to do here? Of course. Hmm. Hmm.
What you doing, Lily?
What do you think I'm doing?
Fucking around?
Okay. Hmm. Hmm. All right. That's all. I've said that it up to anything.
Oh, fucking hell. Ow. Yes, I'm having a hard time
All
getting.
right. Well, I can't do anything when you're in the hallway.
What?
I can't do anything while you're in the hallway.
But are you going to come?
Yeah, when you get your ass in there. Okay, not quite there again. Hmm. Not as yet. So, tell you what, I'm going to take a bit of a break here. Come on. Screen, okay. I'm going to throw a video up here. The other day, did the one on the starring original series. I think we'll do the one's going to be on the movies. If I can get down to them. Okay, so let's give this one over more here. All right. Anyway, all right. Okay. Friday, December 7th, 1979. A date which will live certainly in my memory. I was in high school. I was in high school. I was in my geometry class, but before lunch, and I suddenly get notice I have to go to the front office for some reason. It's the usual thing of the way I was kind of kid I was. What did I do? What's up this time? And so my dad was there. So I get up there and he ushers me out and I wonder what's going on. And it's like we're going to see Star Trek motion picture. Now, yeah, it is coming. It was coming out. I know I've been following the stuff in Starlog, following the progress of the film, and then going back and forth between TV, movie, and a whole bunch of film, TV, movie, small series, the whole Phase 2 nonsense. And I knew we were going to see it eventually, but I didn't expect my dad to take me out of school to go see it. So basically, it is a memory I cherish. Okay, but. Movie came out, and then December 7th, they were locked into that date. And sort of why they had it. Paramount apparently, they had done a thing where it's like they had guaranteed that it would come out on that date and be within a certain time limit of how long it would be. And if they didn't deliver, if they couldn't delay it, if they did, they'd be sued out the ass. So they had to. So even though all the production delays in making that film have been well documented. That's why I'm not going into much of it now. But it's like, again, they started filming. They didn't have a third act. And the debacle with Robert Abel and Associates, effects, I think, pretty much, as far as industry-wise, last minute, bringing in Doug Trumbull. And he didn't, it's like, we can't do it all. You can get John Dykstra. Say, yeah, we're double teaming. They literally worked around the clock doing effect shot. And they were printing these things as fast as humanly possible. There's a shot of the soundstage at MGM they rented just to have these things in film cans. Because back in the day, it was still regular, real film. And it would show up in a great big, gigantic, octagonal can. About yay thick and yay big, which is, all basically 4 reels, or how many reels it was for the movie. And as soon as the reel was done, it would drop it in the can. As soon as the can was full, it'd be rushed to a waiting airplane to fly it out. This is the 70s. This is kind of the old. Normally, it's not quite this hectic. The copy that Robert Weiss took to the premiere in Washington D.C. was still wet. It had just come out of the printer again, and he carried it under his arm to Washington D.C. And this was a rough cut. The whole thing about the theatrical version. No, this was a rough cut. It was the only movie that Bob Weiss was not able to do a test screening for first, and that irritated him for years. That's why he really didn't do any interviews. It just bugged him. He didn't want to talk about it because it was a big sore spot in his career. And this is the guy who was the editor on Citizen Kane. The director of the Sound of Music and West Side Story, The Andromeda Strain, and Day the Earth Stood Still. This was and part of the thing is his contract guaranteed final cut. That's another thing that bugged the hell because he was not given final cut until a long time later. Get to that eventually. In fact, I think I'll cover the DVD stuff toward the end of this because it kind of branches a little bit. So basically, what we had when it came out, it won it did boffo box office, as they say. It was one of Paramount's top money makers for the year. So it's like it didn't fail. It did very well. It didn't do Star Wars money, but it did pretty good. It did turn a profit, even when they tacked on all the costs for Phase 2. It did turn a profit. But there was a thing. But why so? Can we go back and fix it now? No, it's already out there. That's the movie. It's going out. It's okay, fine. And so I describe it as such began the longest test screening in motion picture history. because it didn't get close to the final cut really until just a couple of years, about a year or so ago with the Blu-ray. But we got a proof of concept, let's say. It's an approximation of the final cut with the DVD release in about 2002. But again, that's down the road. So, movie comes out. Big box office. But okay, so there is money to be made, Paramount thinks. Now if we can just make these things cheaper, then we got something. And now there was already the beginnings of the franchise was there. You had the original series, you had the animateds, which, granted, it's only 22 episodes, but it's okay, there's viability beyond that, which is what started on the thing of how do we exploit this and get more of it. And of course, there was always the merchandising. Even some going back to the original series, there was always the merchandising. It's kind of hit or miss. Because Star Trek was not the easiest show to merchandise. Because it wasn't really a big shoot 'em up type of thing. So and Roddenberry always was a little gun shy as far as marketing goes. That's also why a lot of the marketing stuff he didn't see until after he died. But he didn't want to have kids running around shooting phasers at each other. So that's why when you do have some Star Trek gun, it's stuff that was already out there, and company like Remco that would just slap a Star Trek name on it. Like this little tracer disc thing, yeah, there was that pre-existed Star Trek and other things too. Some kind of space toy thing, and there's slap Star Trek on the side. Roddenberry never quite had an idea how to market it, even when some decent ideas. So Lincoln Enterprises would be selling scripts and slides and film, and copies of conceptual drawings. But it's like, where's the phasers? But go along. All right. So one point, okay, they're looking to make a Star Trek 2. Because, hey, this made a bunch of money. So they start fronting around for who's going to make the next one. Because it sure as hell ain't going to be Roddenberry. They were blaming him for the overruns and the delays and everything else, and some of the blame was legitimate, but a lot of it, frankly, was at the hands of the studio for jerking everyone around for damn long. Is it a movie? Is it a TV show? Is it a movie? Is it a big movie? A little movie? What? So, but of course, it's a studio. They're not going to take responsibility. They don't have to. They can shovel it on Roddenberry with kind of a love-hate relationship anyway. Yeah. So back into the world of Gene Roddenberry comes Harv Bennett. And I say back because back when Roddenberry was, Star Trek hadn't quite sold yet. Or if they did, there was but he was, shooting a lot of pilots. He had a deal with the studio, with Desilu, was to shoot pilots. And hopefully one of them would take. One of them was a Western that did actually sell, but then the deal fell through and they never went through with it. Something called The Long Hunt of April Savage. He liked April as a name. Going to star Robert Lansing. It was a Western. And I think it had sold to ABC. Which is why Harv Bennett, who was working for ABC at the time, was there to find out what's going on. Well, Roddenberry didn't particularly care for this, and he had him thrown off the set. So, fast forward about 15 years or so, because this was this was mid-60s, about 64, 65 or so, and now we're up to 82, 81, 82. So about 15 years. And Harv Bennett, who now has more of a record of producing stuff, mostly television, is brought in to discuss the idea of doing, heading up the next Star Trek movie. Because they're figuring, we got to keep Roddenberry around in some capacity, but sure as hell ain't going to be in charge of anything. And they're asking, okay, you've got experience in doing this type of thing with, and they had already said, we're going to put it to the TV division. They know how to make stuff fast and cheap. Which, of course, also would fit in with Harv Bennett's, because his experience was in television. And they're asking, how would you do this? And one executive just said, make it, another movie. It's like, can you make it for less than $44 million? To which Bennett said, hey, for that much money, I can make you 10 movies. Yeah. Which was music to their ears. So they, signed him on there. You're now the executive producer of this thing.
he described it as being airdropped behind enemy lines, not knowing a word of German. But he's been selected, so he parachutes in and he's going through his German phrase book on the way down. That's what it felt like to him. But he got in there. He didn't know much about Star Trek. Because then, at the time the show's being produced, he's working on other stuff. He's doing other series. He's working on networks. They don't have time to watch other stuff. If it's not their job to watch other shows, they're not watching other shows. They're working on their own. You're on a set. The outside world does not exist. Wars could happen. You have no clue what's going on because you're busy working. You're doing. Then they bring in stuff. You're lucky if you see the sunlight. Usually that only happens if you're shooting on location. You're on a soundstage. 7, 8, 12 hours. You get in there like 4 a.m. You're leaving. Well after dark. So by the time you get home, maybe you catch the 11 o'clock news if you're in LA. But most likely you're going to bed early because you're going to get back up at 4 a.m. and you got the 10 pages of dialogue or whatever. And so no, I don't. Would not be a big surprise that Bennett did not see anything of Star Trek because he was busy at the time. But he screened all 79 episodes as part. Okay, show me what we got here. Well, I don't know if they did anything with the animated. It's probably not. Just the live action. And Space Seed leapt out at him. Okay, now they're sitting there. What would happen when we go back? Well, let's go back. Let's find out what happened. And started building from there. And then for a director, they're not going to get another Robert Weiss. He sure as hell didn't want to come back after the aggravation. No, because one of his conditions was, let me finish the first one first before we start going another one. So we got Nicholas Meyer, who at this point had done one movie. It was that TV movie, the day after, about nuclear holocaust. But he had also written a Sherlock Holmes story, The 7% Solution. Huge Holmes fan. Curtis Armstrong talking about auditioning for him, and the fact that he had Baker Street Irregular on his resume, because he's that got in front of Meyer for some job, and Meyer got up, came around the table, put his arm around, and said, "You people do not know what those 3 letters BBI, what the BS mean. It was like an instant bonding moment that he was a fellow Sherlock Holmes fan." But it's like a lot of stuff. He's trying to sneak in Sherlock Holmes stuff. But from that perspective, I think that Meyer would have an appreciation of Star Trek in the sense that because Star Trek fandom and Sherlock Holmes fandom they're parallel. It's just in the sense of big fandoms. But but a lot of the stuff that Sherlock Holmes did, and what Conan Doyle did with Holmes, was followed with Star Trek. The idea of a canon, an established official canon of what stories count, because Holmes also a lot of fan fiction, a lot of crazy fans. Because originally, he killed off Holmes in the stories. He was tired of writing the stuff, and the whole thing about Holmes and Moriarty plunging out in the Reichenbach Falls. And the fans didn't like it, and he was kind of forced to bring him back in some capacity, so they can keep the stories going. And Star Trek has been kind of similarly, slightly fan, not necessarily driven, but at least influenced. And the fact that you got to keep the fans happy. And Meyer also screen, and maybe Meyer also had to screen the thing because he wasn't familiar with it. When I think he described he was backyard barbecuing, and his wife said, they want you to do the next Star Trek movie. And his response is, that the one with the guy with the ears? Because he also wasn't that familiar with it. We like to think of Star Trek as this all-pervasive international culture phenomenon, and Yeah, there are people who have never seen a single frame. Okay, especially back in the late '70s, early '80s. It was big, but again, it was still a niche. Not everyone was a fan. Not everyone was dove into it. But Meyer dove in, and he also, again, independently, he wasn't aware that Roddenberry was also a thing of Horatio Hornblower, but that's the attitude that Nick Meyer came in. He's this sort of a Horatio Hornblower in space thing, and that he would layer on. He said he'd layered on the naval jargon and stuff with a trowel. I think he overdid it in spots. But he wanted these scenes, with the torpedo thing, the equivalent of them rolling out the guns and getting that kind of action there. And they produced, more of an action-oriented type thing. They had an interesting thing when they're getting Ricardo Montalban, because at this point Montalban is having a happy, very successful career playing Mr. Rourke on Fantasy Island. And he always liked his time on Star Trek. And he'd worked with Roddenberry before. Roddenberry's first, science fiction script, The Secret Defense of 117, starred Ricardo Montalban. And Montalban also showed up on The Lieutenant as a Marine who had bad PTSD suffering. It was one of the story about that sort of thing. So he'd always done, Roddenberry had done pretty good with Montalban, because Khan was a very big role. It's a very big character. But Montalban wasn't sure he could get that mindset back, and thankfully they included a copy of a video cassette copy of Space Seed, because when Montalban ran through the lines first time, I get to record himself. He said, "Oh my God, I sound like Mr. Rourke." It's like, but he had rewatch the episode to reclaim that mindset of who is this guy that was once ruler of a quarter of of Earth in that way, and also add the point of take that guy, and now after 15 years on a planet that has suddenly turned to a desert wasteland because something blew up they didn't count on, and his wife is killed, and he's blaming Kirk, and just sort of take that, already arrogant, megalomaniacal thing, just twist it a little bit. And that's how he got Khan in the movie. And populate it with pretty people, Whether or not Judson Scott was playing, because he named Joaquin. There was a Joaquin in Space Seed. There was a big dark-haired guy that on Uhura. Same guy or named after him? Who knows? Could be That's for all we know. They these genetically enhanced people also mature faster. So he's going to be like maybe 12. And just grew up. But who knows? But they had they put it together and had to be. I'm still ambivalent about the uniforms, because that's again with Meyer going nuts with the naval stuff and getting the big thing. Like Roddenberry said, it looked like a student prince recital. So I think they should let's tone this down a bit, because it's not consistent with the other uniforms. So I try and keep some kind of through line, but of course that didn't happen. So Wrath of Khan comes up, and it's also part of it. Spock's death. There wasn't so much that wasn't the condition of Nimoy returning, but it was an enticement to make him a little more excited about it. And so, and they saw whoever the writer was, Jack Sowers, I think it was. And he, talking to Nimoy, and said, "How'd you like to do a terrific death scene?" It's like, "Oh, really?" But it was never a condition of him doing the movie. And he, again, he always liked the character of Spock. It's always been a, great character to dig your teeth into and do some stuff. But it did hinder his career somewhat. He kept working. He would get, got a stage stuff. It wasn't like the rest of the cast where they're stuck doing conventions all the damn time because nobody will hire them. And there really was the case in a lot of games. These guys really couldn't get work for the longest time. All they could really do really was conventions. D. Kelly, I think for the most part, had largely retired, but he was able to do conventions. And he said in the Tomorrow Show he was getting a little tired of doing this stuff. He was getting a little old. But the ones that this was their income for a while, doing conventions. So again, part of the thing with why they stopped doing the movies after a while was the cast was getting expensive. They were getting theirs back. The studio had been making all kinds of money off of their asses since the show ended, and the residual payments ran out sometime in the early 70s. Because the contract at the time was they would get repaid, they'd get a check up until the 5th time an episode was rerun. And again, as many times as those shows got rerun, it's like those ran out very quickly. So it's like they, like Jimmy Doohan said, in it was like 78, they hadn't seen a check for like 8 years. So within a year or so of the show wrapping up, it's like the residuals were gone because the stations gobbled it up and those were gone. So when they to sign everyone back up, they had to pay them. And they got paid quite nicely. I'm not sure where I was going with that, but 2 came out, did great. Didn't make as much as the motion picture, but because it cost a hell of a lot less, because they already had the sets up, they weren't paying off a TV series that never happened. It was a lot more profitable than the first one, and it was off to the races. And like death, Spock's death. They're going along, and Roddenberry, not happy, he leaks the script. And as expected, as planned, fandom went nuts. There was a full-page ad in Variety taken up by some fans, saying that if they go through with killing off Spock, they will lose such an amount of money. The fans will go nuts to it. And this kind of spooked them a little bit, but that's where a lot of the simulator scene in the beginning of the movie, where everyone is killed around them, and Savik's left by herself. So they figure, okay, this is a good fake out. Because you see Spock go down, that's what they're talking about. All right. It was dumb. So we all take our thing, we sit back and relax and enjoy the rest of the movie. Until we get to the point where we need warp speed and now we're all dead. Spock get up into the turbo lift, like, oh crap, now it's happening. Now it's going to happen for real. It's like, holy crap. And so we get that last scene, in the thing, and then Spock actually dies. Originally, torpedo gets fired off into them, and they go off. And the initial test screenings, this time they had test screenings. And people, the audience reaction was good, but people were leaving that film like it was a funeral. There was no hope for it. It's like Spock is dead. Like there's no enthusiasm. They didn't want to go see this again. And Harv Bennett said that we need to do something here, or this franchise dies with this film. We got to give these guys some hope to make them come back, to see this thing more than once, but also to come see the next one. So behind Nick Meyer's back, which it still irritates him that they did it, because he felt it was fine the way it was. They filmed the scene with Spock's photon tube amongst the greenery to at least give a hope. Hey, might not be done yet. It's soft landed. He may not be dead yet. And of course the log entry: if Genesis is life from lifelessness, I must come back here. But leading up to that, they also, while they're getting ready to film the scene, Spock, basically goes into hotwire the warp drive. And he had to have worked this out with the director, with Meyer beforehand. It's like, I'm going to do this. And then told D. Kelly, look, before I go in, I'm going to lay this mind meld on you and say something like remember or whatever, and just go with it. And D. Kelly looks like, you're coming back, aren't you, you son of a bitch? So they planted this. We'll figure out what it means later, but this is something. So it was not a thing. It's like, no, it wasn't. I mean, it's known that we're gonna kill off Spock on this, and you have a great little death scene. Everyone will cry, and we'll have a good scene. But again, they already figured. They already figured by that point. Yeah, we're gonna bring him back at some point. But again, the test screenings are going, and it's like there's no indication they're going. Because they look like when they shoot it off, probably no. It's like they shot him off, and like that would have burned up in the atmosphere. So even if they're, it's like, how are you going to bring it back? It just burned. So yeah, people leaving like it was dead. It was final. And the way it was going, it's like this is going to be the end of their franchise if we don't do something with this. So they had to go and shoot this bit. And with that, it's like, okay, there's a chance, and people go, and we all went out to see it over and over again. And again, following, yeah, they're going to bring it back. And then in the cartoons in Starlog about, there's a Phil Folio thing about, oh, it's so painful. The point is, and another guy saying, you know, they're bringing him back. What the hell's wrong with him? And the show a scene of Nimoy in the office flipping through a script for Star Trek 3. It's like, I particularly like this part where I rise on the third day. So, yeah, go on. Start in working on Star Trek 3. A little bit of drama when, and again, at this point, Nimoy wants to drop thing. I want to direct. He's been wanting to direct for a while. He'd done some theater, done some TV, but it's like, I want to direct one of these things. And they had a sort of tentative agreement, but the agent's trying to get the studio to, hey, we need to get going here. We're wasting time. And finally, Nimoy calls up Michael Eisner. It's like, why aren't you? What's hold up here? We need to get going. And I can't let you direct this movie. You hate Spock. It was in your contract. You had to kill Spock. And it's like, well, I can't let you anywhere near this thing directing. And Nimoy said, Mike, my contract is in a file cabinet in the building you're in right now. You can go check it. It was never in my contract that Spock had to die. Okay. And he's like, okay, I believe. I'll take your word. Okay, fine. We'll get going. And they got the deal going. They started working. And then we got, Search for Spock. And again, the big twist on that one. The trick in when you're bringing back a character from the dead type of thing, you can't just bring him back. To work dramatically, there's got to be a price to be paid. Something's got to be sacrificed in exchange. It's like nobody gets out of jail, gets out of the afterlife for free. And in the case of Star Trek 3, the cost of bringing back Spock was essentially David and the Enterprise. That's why it works as it is. It wasn't just, oh, Spock, you're fine. Here, dust you off here. No, it's like there had to be a price to be paid. You got to pay the piper. But that was the big twist on there was the destruction of the Enterprise. And they were, going to make sure they kept that thing guardedly secret. And of course, I don't know if Roddenberry leaked it or tried to, but if he did, I don't think anybody believed him. But the big thing was when those trailers came out. Ad people are very strange. They don't really understand when you want to keep a big twist a surprise. They're putting a trailer. We have the most exciting the exciting parts of the film that entice people in, and they show the Enterprise blowing up with the announcers and witness the final voyage of the Starship Enterprise. Nimoy was ready to string them up by their own intestines. You just blew our big surprise in the movie. I was like, well, yeah, it's exciting, but no, didn't want that to get out, you idiots. And, and of course, the fans go nuts. Because even Nimoy didn't quite understand the reaction, though, because, it's a ship. It's like, no. In the words of Captain Kirk, she is a beautiful lady and we love her. The Enterprise really was considered a 10th character. Of that, along with the rest of the crew, the Enterprise herself was considered a lead character. In fact, back in the day, it's like in the book Letters to Star Trek. An example, some kid wrote in and wanted an autographed picture of the Enterprise. Which caught him. And usually it's like, an autographed picture of Captain Kirk or Bill Shatner, but they want an autographed picture of the Enterprise. It's like, okay. And Doug, so yeah, it's in there. And it's the old picture of the 3-footer against the sky background. And I recognize the handwriting as Beezer Trimble's handwriting. It says, best wishes, USS Enterprise. So, okay. Yeah. So it kind of took everyone back, that they knew there'd be a reaction. I don't think they expected it to be that big a reaction. Okay. Thankfully, it's like there was something because there's a letter of Starlog around the time the movie came out. And pointed out, look, people, there weren't 2 bolts left of that original ship when she went up. Okay, so calm your jets a little bit. It wasn't quite the original ship. Okay, and they're going to debate. Then there are debates how much was original and how much was refit. And I think really, let's pause over here. Here's the original ship. Here's the refit. I think, given the modular nature of these ships, I think everything, the neck on down, this was replaced. Because just get the secondary hull and the nacelles all just plug-in units. Something goes weird, swap one out. So the only original frame and component would be the saucer. And just build up on that, expand it a bit. And that kind of modifies a bit. The original ship was, well, not really. It was, the original saucer blew up, and it took the refit that came with it. But that was it as far as the original go. But you had, but the attitude was like, we just need to get another ship now. It's like, well, it's not just another ship, but yeah, you got your crew back. Spock is alive at the end. Now he's got to, get his marbles back in place. And then, all right, for Nimoy gets a second turn at this, and he had it. He didn't do much act. He wasn't much in front of the camera much for 3. He, it was like the very end when he shot. Everything else, he's behind the camera directing his friends. So with 4 was a little more challenging because now he's in front of the camera a lot as Spock. And you can tell the headband, that was so he wouldn't have to put on the ears that day. I think if you look for it, there's no points under that wrap. But that was when they wanted to, okay, let's get back to doing what the kind of story Star Trek used to do about things. I mean, 3 was the first one in a while that really felt like Star Trek because of the nature of the thing and the way everyone acted. And Nimoy did have a good feel for how you make it a Star Trek story and make everyone act right. But 4 is like, okay, what's the big issue of the day here? It's like, Harv Bennett originally was wanting to make a snail darter as the species got to go back and save. The idea of the world being dependent on these itty bitty little fish. Like, well, there's not much suspense though. If all they got to do is find a river where there's some snail darts, scoop them up, and just get a super big gulp cup from 7-Eleven. Get a big old thing. You probably got like a couple hundred in there by itself. Okay, done. We're out of here. There's no suspense there. And also at the time, this was mid 80s. Because let's see, I'm 84 or so. Because I saw 3 before I left for England. I think, yeah. Or was it? No, it was no. No, 4. I was in England. It was in England when I saw 4. So it was like 85, 86. And whaling was still a big deal. Still a discouraged. And let's go ahead and do one where this save the whales. And as a result, actually, they did. They pretty much brought large scale industrial whaling down a lot. It still happens, but not nearly the extent it was going on at the time. And as a result, a lot of species are rebounding. The blue whale is no longer gone. They're rebounding too. And the humpback, same thing. So it did have an effect. So 4 comes out, and it is the biggest. It made over 100 million. It's like, okay, great. And the lesson they should have learned from it is because there was no big bad villain. There was no equivalent to Khan. It was a Yule log with a soccer ball hanging from a beam on there, wanting to talk to whales. There was no main villain. And it was the most successful of the of all of the original cast films. You adjust for inflation, it was the most other than the first one. So they don't need a big villain, but they keep going back to Khan as an example. It's like, no, you're missing it. But 4 hits big. Then we get to 5. Now, at the time they do 4, the grumblings for, when are we coming back to television? When are we going to get a new TV series? That's starting fitting a pitch. And Paramount is fine. Okay, I think we've got a thing going with the movie. Maybe it's time to do a TV series. And that's when we start hearing, the first inklings of Star Trek Star Trek: The Next Generation. Now I'll cover more of that. That's covered more in the next video, which actually I already did, and it's still up, so you can watch that one. But 5 is like, Shatner in his contract that whatever Nimoy gets, so does Shatner. So Nimoy's gotten a couple of movies. Hey, my turn. Because one thing, Shatner was supposed to direct the final episode of the original series, third season. But the network dropped the option on the final 2 episodes they were going to do. So he never got his chance. So he'd been waiting in the wings for quite a while. And again, he had directed some theater. And by this time, he'd done some TV. I think T.J. Hooker was still there. He'd done a few episodes of that. And he wanted his turn to do a Star Trek movie. And he wanted to do Enterprise Finds God. Which was not really right move. It's like, I discussed in the last one. It's like, the better idea would have been if they'd gone with the Fountain of Youth. Okay. Because Star Trek has done that before. Or did it? No, I discussed this during the live stream. But because the thing is, like Harv Bennett tried to look, what's the TV guide blurb gonna say? Star Trek 5. Tonight the Enterprise goes to find God. The audience is gonna have a couple of reactions here. 1, it ain't gonna happen. It's gonna be something else. Or 2, they're gonna find God and it's gonna be downright blasphemous. It'll be stupid and they're not gonna buy it. So either way, you're setting yourself up for a very massive disappointment. But Shatner would think it's like in Free Enterprise. It's like, I know it's a crazy idea, 1-man show, Julius Caesar, me doing all the parts of thing, but I think I can do it. That kind of hey, we can make this happen. I know we can make it. And it's like, no, because between just the slightly insane idea and the studio, because Star Trek 4 had a lot of comedic bits in it. It was fun. So when Shatner has the idea of the Enterprise going to meet God, and the studio response is, "Yeah, can you make it funny?" I was like, "Okay, yeah, fine," because he wants a gig. He'll tell him whatever he wants to. It's like the old thing of can you ride a horse? Oh yeah, I can ride a horse. And that night you're looking up horse riding. He's like, learn how to ride a horse by tomorrow morning. And it comes out, and it's the first one that doesn't hit it out of the park. It won the weekend. And this comes in later with the Next Generation movies, but I mentioned that just because when Nemesis failed to open, basically, it had nothing to do with the fact that how good the movie was, because nobody knew at that point for sure how good or bad the movie was. No one had seen it yet. But Star Trek V, it won the opening weekend. It was number one by a long shot, but it died quickly because this is dumb. That's why George Lucas and Steven Spielberg went into hiding when their movies came, when Close Encounters and Star Wars came out. And George Lucas saying, they told, hey, you're number one the weekend. No, I don't care about this weekend. Any movie can win the weekend. Tell me what happens next week. That's when we know we got something. And for Star Trek V, it's like, no. So that put a damper on things for a while. And that is that's when the odd number curse reared its ugly head. Nobody had talked about that before. About every odd number movie being dumb and stupid and only the even ones working, and which isn't quite true, because one was it dragged a bit because it wasn't really finished. Two, they corrected, and a big. Three, the only problem with that one is it was a little short. It was about 90 minutes. It was very quick and went by And four, they got more to do. They do stuff. This also makes it very hard to merchandise these movies because each one is kind of. And their marketing is kind of like, well, what happened in the last movie? Okay, we'll try that, but it overlapped and they never hit the peak right. But 5 is also the first rumblings about how much the cast hates Shatner. That was the first time you started people. That's when the knives came out. Before that, they were still pretending to be one big happy Star Trek family. Oh yeah, we all get along fine, but then I think Jimmy Doon was the first one. But it wasn't until 5 when everyone starts, we hate Shatner. We always have. He's always been a big blowhard thing. And I think Stephen Collins made a comment in Starlog about his experience on there. He said, they're not the big happy family they say they are. So they were grumblings. You look around, these guys aren't that. These aren't that friendly to each other. So it's like, don't buy the hype. But this is when it became, that's when they took the mask off. Yeah, we hate him. I think there, between that and also, I think a large part was an element that Shatner touched on in a one-on-one discussion he had with Nimoy years later in the thing called Mind Meld. Very good. Where they're sitting in Nimoy's backyard just talking. And Shatner's, his theory is like what made the difference is the conventions. Because the other guys, they're having to do the conventions all the damn time to make a living. And they're having fans. I love you, you're my favorite. Just fill in the blank of which one. It wouldn't matter if it's Grace Lee Whitney. Oh, you're my favorite. Sulu, you should have been the captain. Oh, Chekhov, why didn't you them? The only one that kept the level head about it was Walter Koenig. The rest of them, I think, I got to their heads about. Yeah, I should have had more. That bastard Shatner was stealing my lines all the damn time. The reality was nobody was really stealing them. They were cutting lines because we ain't got time for this fluff. We're trying to get a story done, and either we cut it now or they're going to cut it in editing. So, there is a lot of deleted stuff here. Or in the Corbijn maneuver, Sulu's talking about it's going to be all already. They cut it. Shatner had nothing to do with that. He wasn't in the editing bay. That was when they were editing the thing and putting it together. But there was a lot of, where the main culprits were Bill Shatner, Leonard Nimoy, and D. Kelly. Where they are essentially rewriting the script on the set. And we don't need that. And in fact, this is more of a Spock line than and they start shifting the lines around and holding things up and pissing everybody off. And Roddenberry finally had to do the letter, where he just reams them all out for pulling weight they weren't supposed to have. Look, I'm the executive producer here. We're losing Gene Kuhn, and partially because of you pulling this shit. Knock it the hell off. It's like, so that, that sort of thing. So there had been stuff brewing in the background for a long time. But this is when, now they felt, safe to come out and start bashing on Shatner. And, to be fair to Shatner, he wasn't doing it to be mean. He was thinking of the work. He's like, what can we do to make this better? What can we do to get this, make it, keep it moving, keep it, and it kind of forgot about, you're cutting somebody's line here, Bill. Okay. Nichelle would pipe up once, hey, goddamn it, Bill, that's my line. This is my chance to say something. So, but a lot of them, it's like they were, they didn't do anything. In fact, during this period, during one of the earlier the Trek cruises, before they got all official, and it was just some company doing Star Trek conventions at sea. And there was a panel discussion going on, and Majel Barrett's up there, and a few others, and Walter Koenig, who was really there to recover from a heart attack. He's just don't push me. And he's up there, and they're starting in on the Bash Shatner time, and Majel's having a ball. Talking about Shatner, didn't he's up there, and turns to Walter Koenig. And said, well, Walter, you were there. What do you think? And he just started, look. Even if everything you say is true, we didn't say anything about it then, so we're really not in a position to say anything about it now. And just sat back. The crowd goes nuts, because I think a lot of them are saying, you're being kind of, and so, yeah! And then Majel will kind of sit there with her jaw on her lap, and it's like, because again, well, yeah, this is something that Shatner and Koenig had out on Shatner's raw nerve. When it came to the show. And so, yeah, there were some things that irritated the hell out of me. And yeah, and a few times I should have said, Shatner, knock it off. Okay, whack him, because a lot of it was, no, Shatner was not being mean, he was being a little thoughtless. He's thinking, this doesn't need to be in there, and then kind of forget, there's other people involved here, Bill, it's not all you. Okay. But Star Trek 5, and also, again, at the time of Star Trek 5, Next Generation has now been running for a few years. And Roddenberry is now in a position to say something. He's not just the executive consultant. He's now the executive producer of Star Trek Next Generation. And the grand poobah of all that is Star Trek, at least in the eyes of the audience. So that one, particularly with the storyline of Sybok and Sarek having been married to a Vulcan princess, that got Roddenberry to say that one's apocryphal. That was the first official thing that, no, that's not fully canon. Now, I reconcile it as saying that what we witnessed was a drunken ghost story told around the campfire. Because notice, a lot of it's like, you got the teaser thing on the Sybok on the thing, but most of it doesn't really start kicking off until after the scene in Yosemite, where Spock is, trying to experience all the rituals accompanied with tamping out. Well, what do we not see about it? Telling the ghost story around the campfire. And they introduce the bottle of Jack Daniels that Dr. McCoy's brought along for the beans. And how the story gets progressively weirder and weirder, much like some of Roddenberry's scripts. The further down you get in the bottle, the stranger it gets. And so we get, if you just imagine a drunken commentary running along the rest of the movie. And you can say, yeah, sorry, it's Sybok was Spock's brother. I do not have a brother. Shut up, Spock. And it's from the Sarek was he had a wife. He's a Vulcan princess before then. It's like, Vulcan has no royalty. Shut up, Spock. It's, you picture that, and it all kind of falls into place then. Yeah, the movie happened, but not necessarily as I think. Okay, because when the MS-23K fan film was done with the guys reviewing Star Trek 5, and when they're back at Yosemite, it's like, what? Did it? It's all a dream? It's all, acting like, did it ever happen? So they take it out. It's like James Woods had a short-lived TV series named called Shark. We played a lawyer, and training these young lawyers. He had a line: "Truth is relative. Pick one that works." That's what you got to do sometimes with the kind of thing of what how to reconcile certain things. And this one, the best solution is, it was a dream. Okay, it was a ghost story. They were drunk. Go with it. Just don't ask me questions. Just move on. And thankfully, it is pretty much one and done, because self-contained. There will be no more of that. No one will speak of this. Now, what this did to the franchise at this point, not good. It's like, do we even, have we run out of ideas here? Has the thing started to burn out, or is it just a bad movie? What saved it at that point, well, was the fact you had the 25th anniversary coming up in '91, or and they needed something out for that big anniversary, and you had Dennis Miller talking to me, on SNL. You want to know the list of movies coming out that year, and everything was a sequel. Friday the 13th, 5, Halloween 6, and finish up, and Star Trek 6, The Apology. It was not going unnoticed that you left in a doggy. It's time to fix this. And so, turn back to the team that gave us Star Trek 4 in this part. Okay, Nimoy wasn't going to direct this time, but he was put in the executive producer slot. And brought back Nick Meyer. Nick Meyer had a hand in 4. He didn't direct it, but he helped write it. But this time he's going to direct it. And this time because he wanted to use The Undiscovered Country as the title for Star Trek 2. It was also a big Shakespeare thing. And it's from the Hamlet, the speech. The big one. And he finally got to use it and actually work it into the storyline so it made a little more sense. It would not have made much sense in Star Trek 2. And again, this is where now they're directly locking horns with Roddenberry. Because again, Next Generation has been up for a while now. And that's where you got, Michael Dorn showing up as Worf's grandfather, Colonel Worf, as, the defense attorney in the Klingon trial. But also at this point, Roddenberry's health is really starting to fade a bit. He's still a feisty old bear. And they did not get along. But he's still at points. So it's like one thing that even bugged me a bit when Kirk gives the command, right standard rudder. And he's the same thing. Starships don't have rudders. What the hell are you doing? It's like, one thing that Roddenberry did get his way on was originally the Trader crew member was going to be Savick. And however Roddenberry felt about Savick back when Star Trek 2 was going, I was like, no, she's a beloved character now. It's like, make it somebody else. And that's where we got Valeris instead. But it wasn't, Roddenberry didn't think very well of, the way as bigoted as Kirk was. No, that's not the character we wrote. And Shatner had similar ideas, because originally the thing of let them die. It's like, originally it was shot. What am I doing? No, you understand. No, that wasn't me. No, forget what I just said. But they cut it and let it stand. And Shatner felt a little betrayed at that one, because it did make Kirk look like a raving bigot. I mean, and again, in the final cut, it's understandable, because what was the last big experience Kirk had with the Klingons? They killed his son. They was just starting to get to know, and these things can turn, it's like he never really liked the Klingons, but it could turn into like, I hate them now. So it makes sense, but it's like, no, it's like, no. But Meyer would do that sort of thing. He had him with Shatner, because Shatner liked to act, and Meyer would do, because when he in Star Trek 2, when he's trying to when Khan is demanding all files and the material regarding Genesis, and the line is "Here it comes," Shatner would kept playing up, "Here it comes." It's like, no, he just say it. So after he said, "Here it comes," and that was like after 15, 20 takes, just to wear him down to get him to stop acting and just say the line. Less Olivier, a little more James Dean. That thing. Forced him to be a little more method. A little just be in the moment. Don't try and play it up. And so, but Roddenberry's like, he was, I think he was probably half blind at that one. So when they finally screened it for him, he may not have really seen it very well. I don't know how much was happening when when they were arguing about it. He'd go in a series of strokes. So yeah, by the time they finally ran, he did see the final cut. And it was at a party, and they were sitting around the pool, and he was in his wheelchair. And so, well, what do you think of the last movie? He said, So he got his way on some things, other things that didn't. And actually, the reaction after the movie came out, it's like from the producers that actually Roddenberry was right on a few points. But 6 wrapped up. And the whole thing with them signing, their signatures, that was them signing off. That's it. We're done. We're signing off on it. Thanks for the ride. It's been fun. And then it's like it's handed off to the next generation. And that's where we take it from there. So on that point, we will talk at you later.
What the hell? Come on. There we go. Always one button I forget to push. All right. Just got started some paperwork, but I'll finish that later. All right. So let's get back in the game here. Only a few warnings. Are you still playing? Yes. Do that. And thanks to those of you stuck around for all that. I'd like to throw a little bit of extra here so that what else the channel is about. It's not just me playing Fortnite and doing occasional rants about my favorite porn star. Okay? I do have things I want to say else on other subjects. Regarding the rants, I would like nothing more than to be able to turn this channel back over to pop culture commentary and stuff like this. But that's a case of there's someone's life in the line here, okay, in a very real way. Because if things go strange, it's like it could turn very tragic very quickly in there. I don't think it will. There are hopeful signs here and there. And again, she's also chosen to do this at a time when the entire planetary culture is turning against it in a very hard way. And she does tend to jump on quests that kind of, or trends that kind of past the point where they peaked and they're starting to go down. Hold on back there. What is on there? Okay, I'm gonna tell you what. Something's kind of fruity, but so. Anybody online? Yeah, not yet. And I don't want to get in the game somewhere. So let's go ahead. That's not bumping against it. Yeah, I think I'm just getting about to start going on JJ and his ilk. Especially now that we are approaching an end game on Kurtzman and his era of stupidity. Because word is that he has been informed the contract will not be renewed. So all this talk about, well, we could go on. No, Akiva, you're not going to do a show redoing the original series. That contract will not be renewed. You want to be back. Okay. Like, we'll listen to your pitch, but no obligation to say no or say yes. And I don't think Star Trek 4 is happening in the Kelvinverse. I also don't think we're going to get another Origins. We kind of saw that in Enterprise. All right? What the hell else is left of there to tell, unless you're going to do the Romulan War? That's the only missing ingredient there for the origin of the Federation is the Romulan War. And the foundation's already been laid for that with Enterprise. And as much as we like to bitch and moan about the last episode. These are the voyages. There's a few tidbits in there worth pulling out of. That's why in the updated concordance, there will be a provisional entry for it. Okay. With a hell of a lot of qualifiers on that. No, we don't think this is how it actually happened. Okay. This is the one entry that we're not going to stamp it around and say, "Oh, stop it." God damn. No, this is the one episode where it's like we're not going to claim that this is entirely canonical. Okay. It screws up royally just the timeline of the Pegasus. There was no time in there for Riker to go run up to the holodeck to do a little soul searching. It was all pretty tightly packed on there. And again, we saw the NX-01 refit at the Fleet Museum. So that pretty much wipes out that last episode. At least, at the very least, we can write on. And they do mention in there. I mean, Deanna makes a comment about this. Is this correct? So there's allowance in there for it being a badly written holodeck novel. Whoever Riker got it from, he should have paid a few extra credits, and would have made a better result there. Okay. We're not going to get a video, are we? Let's see. Do we get it? Oh, maybe we do get a video. Okay. Yeah, that's those sound effects too. That's it, Chun-Li. Is it going to be the same thing? Yeah. Same thing. Okay, so. All right. And I don't know. I don't know. Should I try Blitzero solo? Could be fun. All right. But yeah, I think, listen, Indy picked the wrong time and the wrong age to be trans, okay? Because we already got Supreme Court ruling back in the Scrimeti case. So, no, states can ban this stuff. Now the push is going to be to make it federal. Now that we got a law that passes constitutional muster, then it's like, well, the states can do it, then so can the feds. This covers beyond state. You can't. If it's wrong in Tennessee, it's wrong everywhere. There's no evidence. Most of the evidence says no, this is not wrong. There is no provable that this does anybody any good, except the doctor who can now pay off that BMW, who now doesn't worry about them foreclosing on his yacht. Okay, that's what. That's the only thing in danger. It proves that no, it doesn't. It makes them more suicidal. It makes them suicidal when they weren't suicidal before. The thing, it doesn't. This whole thing, it doesn't solve any mental issues at all. In fact, it just creates more. Because most of these kids go through it, and they're just as screwed up going in as they are going out, and now they're even worse because now they're mutilated, both internally and externally. And they've lost all that time that could have been spent going through therapy and getting and dealing with their issues. But no, we decided to play Frankenstein on them, chop off parts that were nothing wrong with them. Said future generations are going to look back on us and say, what the hell were you people thinking back then? Okay, this could be a problem. Okay, well, I got a blue shotty. And 25 shield. Oh, and a dog biscuit. Yeah. God! Asshole! Typical. Okay, well, I got the damage the boss enough. So. Crypto's a good boy. Apparently, when they start redoing pets as Crypto's gonna be one of them. I don't know if it's gonna be a permanent thing or but they're bringing addition to this, the locker things have a companion, and Crypto's gonna be one of them. Okay, we're very close to leveling up. All right. All right, let's try this again. Let's start up here. Nice. We're going to keep going with Steven here. Okay, so I got the dates on that. Let's do the next step. Total of 4 timesheets. Because they get paid at 2 different pay scales. Okay. So that part's done. Or the more tedious part is putting the dates on the thing. And the thing, once upon a time, I tried to get it set, something because that's the most heated is dating. Putting each date, getting paid. And I tried to do it. So just printed them up. So there, just change the date, time, and then what I do is just initial certain parts, sign it, and my wife signs initials, and ready to go. No, can't do it. Everything's got to be handwritten. The excuse is they apparently had people just faking their hours and all that stuff. That I can't. You think I can't fake it by handwriting it? But come on, damn it, give him a glider. But the thing is, I had to redo a set of timesheets and head back down there. At least I had a car then, I think. Thank you. All right. I like, and I'm feeling better about running strange in this one because get that what is this called again? Mist form. It doesn't replace the back bling, or that's part of it. Actually, it doesn't have several back bling. That cape is just part of the costume. He doesn't have an actual back bling. And again, that stupid target thing that wasn't there all of a sudden. I don't know what's going on with it. But combine this with those mystic and bird gauntlets, and I think that is a perfect combination for running strange. Could also give them to Scarlet Witch. That works too. I think her back bling situation is the same thing. That's the continent. Oh, actually, no, she didn't because it's part of her skirt. They might actually add a back bling to it, which wouldn't be bad. Frankly, I think Wanda could use a cape. Damn it! Reload times are killers, man. God. Yeah, it's a little more to it than that. Okay. Try it again. Nope. And he's already wrapped. All right. That didn't take long. All right. Okay. Okay, let's see what's going on up here. I've been here for a while. Someone behind me. What are you hitting at? There's nothing there. Gotcha, suck monkey. I need to find some shields. Nope. Further down? Ah, back here. I'm going to swap out shotguns, though. Place is a lot more peaceful now than the Empire, or the second, or first order, whatever the fuck they're calling it quits. A couple more. Not good enough yet for that chest. You can't stack up on those. Come on, just need 2 more drums. I appreciate the ammo, but I need a couple of slug drums. All right, well. Oh, there we go. All right, time to go. Why take out the wall and not do anything with it? Went through the trouble of little shit. Was he bugging you? Okay. I can forego a shotgun for that. God damn it. Okay, fine. Take it to your shrine. And I think actually we'll swap the. Okay. Okay, run along, little fella. I got things to do. Now, where is that supply drop? Good. Inside the circle. Wrong way. There we go. Whoop. Oh, I'm on there, by the way. That's always fun. All right. What the hell? Any sprites around? One up there. If the stupid thing would stop locking up on me. Actually, God damn it! Come on, get back here, you. I'll come back with them gloves in a minute. There we go. We're back. There we go. Already got that. Okay, fine. So let's get back in there. Grab them gauntlets. I think I'm starting to learn my way around here. Or not. Where the hell? Where's the science lab? Here. That's the library. I don't need. No, there we go. And that's the gym. Well, let's see if we can do something down here. Hi. Well, that's cute. They went through and left all this stuff. Now it's a library again. Damn it. Come on. There you are. Nothing else. I get make a quick escape. That one's already open. Shit. You got that? All right. Need 25 other players. Not yet. What? Can you wait a minute? I'm in a situation here, okay? I'm in a bit of a situation here, okay? No, we're not taking her on. I haven't seen the loot is all that great with her. Okay, kill the people. Not the same. All right. You got a car here? No, this is where Luke's outpost was. Whoa. Okay, where's the upstairs? Okay. Has this one got a car? No. Yeah. Okay. Come back along here. Because my lovely wife wanted some tea, so got her some tea. Hold on. Oh, back in a bit. Oh. Damn, this thing will not stay fucking in place. Alright. Alright, take care of some things here. Okay, that's all four of those. It makes it real fun, get. I got to go clear across, literally us other end of town, opposite corner, about where we are here. Get all the way down there, and turns out I didn't sign one. It's worse if I gotten down there and forgot. Stephen forgot to sign one. That'd have been once. At least I had a car I could drive back and never sign it. Okay. All right. Change things up a bit. Okay. This is different. Okay, I think I'll wait. All right. There we go. All right, so what do we got here? We got ways to go here. I think next, because that's all edit stuff, right? I don't need the skin up. Unless I want to add in, I don't care about this kind of crap. Okay. In fact, that's not even just around. So put that on Batman or Robin. So, like I said, this is the kind of thing. It's like it would be great if they would have an Adam West and Burt Ward, Batman and Robin. Especially if they go and bring in the Batmobile. They can bring in the 66 Futura or 56. Bring in the 66 Batmobile. Yeah, that one I would be stupid and spend money and spend bucks on. Okay, hopefully I just let them know I'm here. All right. That part's done. Okay. Now, why am I going to get? Because, it's a pain in the butt, but he does drop some pretty good loot when he does go. Mm-hmm. already pissed off somebody. Motherfucker. Damn you. Let me see if that did anything. Okay, we got one here. I think do that one. Throw that all over the damn place. One more look at what we ultimately go for here. Again, don't really care about this version of Superman. Got loading screen, got that. Don't care. Got that, don't care. Again, don't care, don't care. Here's where it gets fun. Still don't care. But here we're getting there. This is the Superman all people wanted from the get-go. I like this one better than the one that gave the one Bruce one. Can we see him with the cape? Oh. Yeah, there's the Lego style too, which is still the movie thing. But don't care about that. Let's see if the shop changed at all. I am tempted by Blanca. I'm definitely not talking about the suit and tie version, but the original version, yeah, that one I could have fun with. I suppose Cammy, we got, Guile never liked that character. Sakura, not into the schoolgirl thing. That's a hell of a glider. Yeah, nothing different. These on. Yeah, the zombie thing. Yeah, this song has nothing. Frankly, I'm kind of insulted. Frankly, that they. Did you guys listen to the song before you just picked it? Oh, zombie anthem. No, it's not what you're singing about. And I still don't get the whole dab thing. What the hell is that supposed to be? Yeah, man. We got all these guys and the stuff you got to pay real money for. So yeah, nothing new there. Same from earlier. So let's go ahead. Yeah, I got the dailies. You think I got two, and then I did the third one, and then didn't do a damn thing. In fact, there was the one right over here, and now it's like it's not even there. So I don't know what's going on. I'll go back and take a look at it. Let me check some on the side here. Come on. Hear the tap. But I need two. That's pathetic. Okay. Okay, let's get back to here. I may have thrown it off there by trying to do other things. Just doing that sushi thing. All right. Is this one? All right. Let's get a little blank at that point. All right. Okay. There are times the real world becomes a pain in the ass. Okay. Much like these headphones. Okay, maybe not. Not like there's that much left in the house to be worth it. I don't care about the track, I think. Damn it. Yeah. All right. Yes, ancient one never said there'd be days like this. Damn it! Frustrating when you cannot nail it, but it's right there. This is why shotguns are popular among certain players. You don't have to aim that precisely. Ah, not that it really matters at this point. Actually, let's check this way because there's a going theory that this is where the Fortress of Solitude is going to show up. This just recently got kind of glaciated. Dickhead. Okay, that's interesting. If I can make it to B while I'm still up here. Right now. I need some healing. All right, check out the rest of the base. What? Hold on. What? Can you wait a little bit? You know damn well what I'm doing here and what is involved, all right? And I'm not going to interrupt a live broadcast here because you want some more tea, all right? And I'd better get out of here. You know. It's irritates me. These idiots start trying to chase you down. Oh, I'm gonna get you. Fuck you. Okay. We all got things to do in this game. How about fucking do them? You do your test. I'll do mine. We'll worry about killing each other later, for God's sake. Oh, fuck. We're not sticking around for this. Other guys just seem like they shoot at anything that freaking moves. Regardless of whether it actually improves their gameplay at all. It's just, it's moving. Of course. Stop that. All right. There's a lead in here. All right. And I'm not enamored really of those revolvers. I mean, they're fun, yeah, but it's like, whatever. Come on, let me out of here. And I think. All right, shut up as that SUV was. There was a fight in here. If it was one-sided, then this guy against the floor. Ignoring most of the stuff around them. Nope. Somebody was just reminded of Aventine and Blake 7. And I'm like, no, I'm not stupid. I'm not expendable. I'm not going. Motherfucker! Camping out in there, you asshole! I don't know how, but this shit should be illegal, okay? Let's see if this jackass gets hoisted his own return. right. All right. Yep. Just I don't think I've given this place a really good look over yet. Okay. It's upstairs. Okay. Give me that damn thing. That moves a bit of a gut check. Okay. I like the layout. This is kind of neat. Yeah, it's really. Up. Dang it. Oh, so that's one I missed. Okay. Hmm. Oh, now I find stairs. Okay. There we go. I'm already been up here. They should make it so you can actually sit in the furniture or lay down in the bed. Then. Okay, so that was easy. Good doggy. He's like, there get little shits like that. I'm not talking about stuff like that. I'm gonna blow you. Oh, where are you now? I gotta get my shields all over again. Welcome to Orbits. That's gonna help. Two more. Yeah. There we go. Here. Oh. Nope. Unisex bathroom. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Haven't been yet. Okay. Epic Games could make a pretty penny of just like actually making this stuff for real. You setting up a Durr Burger chain. I mean, well, let's see. Hold on. Which way am I going to go here? Yeah, I'm not really interested in a boss fight right now. Nah. Check that. Okay. I think on that. And check it here. Okay. There we go. Oh, damn it. Oh, off the damn grind rail. Got him. Okay. Shut it. Bye. Upstairs. Oh, now I get to. All right. got 9 other people on this thing. And just for the XP, I got all the gold I need. All right, time to get out of here. That's the wrong direction. Yeah. Now, this is as much a war of attrition as anything else. So. No, still not right. And I haven't read any med kits for some reason. Yeah, remember. Just to get it out. Okay, this is what I was talking about. One on one. All right. So at this point, that storm is killer. You can't do a make it fast enough. Damn it. The lobby here. Whoa, 4 hours. Okay. What? You got your tea. Just hold on. I'm going to wrap up here. I gave you your tea. Well, hold on. Let me wrap this up here. And it's still not enough, but pretty close to getting another one. So, what is it? I think next we'll get probably get the pickaxe. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Got to clear them all up before we move on to the next one. So, and looks like they're doing Lego, and I don't think we're because not even online. So, yeah, we're just gonna wrap it up here at this point. 4 hours is plenty long for me. And now again, links in the description. Super chats are always good. They go to the next YouTube paycheck, which is going to be next month right now at this rate. So, because I think they've got enough earned up, so you get the thing. But again, YouTube only pays out when the total on AdSense rate reaches over $100. In my case, that's maybe once a year. Okay, it's better than a kick in the head, but it's not a thing. Oh, you're monetized. Yeah, now the real work begins. So, but yeah, links in the description, PayPal, Patreon, subscribe stars down there. It's like 25 cents away from paying out. It's been sitting there like that for years. Okay. And I can't do that. I can just look at it. Yep, there's $74.25. So, with that, we will hit it again tomorrow at some point. I think. Anyway, we will talk at you.
Spider-Man, Spider-Man, friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Well, the man is ignored. Action is reward to him. Life is a great big bang up. Whenever there's a hang up, you'll find Spider-Man.